Good morning. It is Tuesday, March 16th, 2021. I've got my LED glasses on, and it's time for another Let's Build CTZN Livestream. So let's get started.
Citizen. Citizen.
How's it hanging? One second here. Alright. So I need to tweet some links, and then we can kick things off. Yeah, aren't these fun? I forget where I got these things, but they're pretty easy to find. The only problem is that they don't have a battery by default, so I gotta have them plugged in. You could probably get one. I think this is your first time on the stream, Nitin, so welcome. Glad to have you here. All right. Well, glad to have you. Okay. Headphones. Alright, what am I in the mood for today? I'm thinking, let's do some drum and bass. Kick this into the 21st century, am I right? So, last night we deployed a new set of updates which broke a few things. Nothing terrible, but alright, so that's working alright. Cool. Let's see, it was this one here. What the heck is that about? So I gotta figure out what that bug is. In fact, we had more than one bug. I left some notes for myself over here. Service workers caching too aggressively. We got this bug here. Notifications are a little wonky. There's a weird delay when you're posting comments. And Guardians of the Galaxy is one of the best movies of all time. Pretty important notes for the day. So let's start with that weird post bug. Unfortunately, it might be a little difficult to diagnose. I need to see some of the source data. But maybe I'll be able to spot check it in the code. Basically, with all of our system that we've implemented, strict schemas are applied both on input and output of data. And in this case, the schema that is validating the response to the post view is failing validation. It suggests there's a bug in our code, which is why I have that validation there to make sure that I'm conforming to the spec. And as much of a pain as it is to have bugs like that emerge, it's better than not conforming to the spec. So, okay, a little too hot. Let's try that. If I don't set the brightness of these things just right, it looks like I'm fucking Cyclops from X-Men. Alright, like shooting beams out of my eyes. So, like 0 is wrong, eh? If we look at the schema here, it's the post view, I believe. Oh, wait. Okay, that's interesting. What's that about? Okay, that's just from the failed load. Why don't we make sure that that is tolerated? Because we shouldn't, you know, could get an error in the response, and the whole application should act gracefully when an error occurs. So that's over in thread, right here. And we handle that with on error. Still a little hot. All right. All right, that fixes that bug. Now let's see about this like. When we look in here, we got reactions. And it's expecting the items to be okay, like 0 should be a string. Let's take a look at a normal post view. Yeah. It's a little challenging if I can't see the failing response. Hey, Kashal. Thanks, man. You always make me feel so good about myself. Felt like today I needed something a little more to get myself out of bed, you know? I needed to take it up to 11. It's worth a shot. Oh. CD lib, CD node modules, CD citizen. Now I need to go to Vim API view. Nope, I need to go to Vim DB views. And I need to take a look at that response before it validates it. Except then I have to restart the server, which is also on my to-dos to improve the server load time. Suppose it's possible that there's an undefined in there, but that would also be kind of a bug. Well, I can't think of a better way to deal with this than to simply log the output, so that's what we're going to have to do. You know what? This is somebody else's server. I may not be able to get the information I want. Shoot. And now we've got the what appears to be the sync errors going on now. Let's see here. I'm guessing that... Yeah, okay. Wish I had noticed that earlier. So, yeah, that validation failure is occurring on their server. Okay. Well, why don't we try diagnosing... I'm gonna have to work with them to deal with that. I'm guessing, though, let me think. If what we're seeing is that... Here's the error. Reactions like 0 should be a string. So that's we're talking about this right here. Because if you look in the view definition, we call getPost. And getPost produces a object with a reactions value specified by fetchReactions. And here's what fetchReactions is returning. It's taking this set of reaction to URL arrays, turning them into a reaction and user IDs pair, and then zipping them back up into an object that looks like this. So this code right here is basically taking all the URLs and turning them into user IDs. So what this means is that one of these fetch user ID calls is, for some reason, not responding with a string. If we look at this, we gotta look and see if there's any where it makes sense that that could happen. This suggests to me that it's possible for you to get a undefined, because certainly it could just fail to do the mapping somewhere. So perhaps how we deal with this is we come over here and wrap that buddy, filter out any that don't successfully load. Alright, certainly doesn't hurt to push that.
Citizen.
Yeah, this, it detects bugs. It detects bugs. It also helps me, it highlights possible puns so that I don't miss any puns that might come to me. So, very useful feature there. Alright, let's get into the server load time. So, it's slow on loading databases. First question I have is, which of these is the slowest? Is it, one of these two? Is it this one, or is it this one? We don't know weight here. I could see this part of it perhaps being slow. It's a pretty enormous listing that we're creating. But not as slow as we see. Odds are that load member database is where we're actually losing most of our time. Possibly. The trick is that there are two things to consider. One is that you might end up overloading the server by trying to do too much at once. The other thing to consider is that the server may actually not function correctly if some of the stuff hasn't finished. But actually parallelizing is a different concern than what you were talking about. As a matter of fact, because we don't await whenever we're loading external databases, that part is fully parallelized. But we don't parallelize loading the member databases, and that might be how we improve things. Before we do that, I would like to get some sense as to why it is as slow as it is. But this may be as simple as turning this into all parallel loads. Well, just for the heck of it, why don't we just see what happens when we parallelize? Felt like dressing up for y'all today, It's important to do something special every once in a while to keep the romance alive. Okay, let's see what that does for us. And yes, hey. Good to see everybody. Be that way. Give me half a second and I can go take a look at the box. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's faster. That's a whole lot faster. Let's see. So the views take a half second to load up, it seems, which is interesting. Gotta look into that next. Where I call a wait load member use the DBs and can't. No, actually, so. I mean, are you talking about this function, load or unload external databases? This actually basically is, because we don't await it, if that's what you're referring to. It says Mace Tech on the side. So yeah, if you Google Mace Tech, I bet you could find them. So that's much better already. And now it looks like that Hypercore sync issue is rearing its heinous ugly head. Now there was something else I wanted to check, which is why the views are a little slow to set up. Well, we could probably solve that just by putting that up here instead. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 seconds is better than whatever the hell we were dealing with. And now we're just getting stalled up on that sync issue. Okay, well, it is better, that is for sure. Better enough for now. Uno momento, por favor. These things weren't that pricey, were they? Can't imagine they were because I'm broke as hell. 130 bucks. That's about what I could afford. Well, let's not get into a competition here. I'm sure we all have our own brokenness that we could bring to the table here, and I don't want to get into a competition. Yeah, truth be told, I'm broke as hell. Nope, not that. In fact, the only thing saving me from total destitution is y'all with your donations. If it weren't for that, I'd be really hosed. So apocalypse. So why do I have all of those fetch user ID calls? The reason is because you may pass in a hyper URL. Because databases can have two different possible identifiers. User IDs, which are based on DNS, and hyper B URLs, hypercolon // So these calls are basically looking to see, did you give me a hyper URL? If you didn't, just make sure that it is a valid user ID, because you could also pass in a username, and then we just assume it's a user ID of our own server. And it only does the kind of async stuff if you actually didn't pass in a user ID. That said, it would be a little more performant if we avoided the excess await, because that does introduce a little bit of asynchrony that is not wholly needed. So we could get a little bit of a performance improvement by kind of moving this logic so that it actually only does that if it is not a user ID. But I'm favoring code simplicity over that small performance improvement at the moment. Could the user ID be cached? Well, not across executions. And if you're asking, like, I mean, fetch user ID actually doesn't do like WebFinger. It actually is pulling from local caches only. There is some asynchrony because one of the pathways that it chooses is to look it up in the database. But if it's not in the local anyway, so it is actually cached, and that particular pathway never falls back to WebFinger. In fact, it's pretty rare that we use WebFinger. Okay, I think we're in business here.
Citizen.
So, so we've improved load times. That's very good, very good, very good. Glad to finally have that done. The Hypercore sync issue. So I think one of the things we could do here Yeah, I'm thinking one of the things we could do here is basically what's occurring. As far as I could tell, it's been very hard to isolate this Hypercore sync bug because it's so inconsistent that whenever I try to dive in and do some console.logs to track down the cause of it, it stops reproducing before I can finish isolating the problem. So far as I can tell, the bug is occurring somewhere after the hyperb.get call, which is an RPC call to the hyperspace server, to the hyperspace daemon rather. But it's not, it doesn't seem to be occurring in the actual Hypercore stack. And so there's basically two layers, two sort of logical layers between this function call of b.get and the actual Hypercore stuff. There's the Hyper-B code itself, and then there's the hyperspace RPC, which then talks to Hypercore. And so it's either somewhere in the hyperspace RPC management, daemon stuff, or it's somewhere in the Hyper-B stack. Again, have not been able to reproduce this consistently. So, all I know is that sometimes b.get, and I assume b.list, or create read stream rather, will sometimes just block indefinitely. And it's designed not to do that, of course. It's designed either to hit a timeout or hit a condition that tells it to give up. So what I'm thinking we should do is wrap all of the b.get calls with a timeout hack fix, where we set a timer, and I'm thinking we put it at the same read timeout that we're using everywhere else, which is 10 seconds, and we sort of manually handle aborting a failed read. In fact, maybe we'll do the read timeout +1, because if it fails like that, we are going to note it as an issue and try to collect any information we can, so that the server continues operating, but we do not lose live operation of the servers, which we do currently. And I think the simplest way to accomplish this is to sort of do some monkey patching on the Hyper-B. Actually, we could do this by subclassing. That would be a good username. All right. I think that's about as good as I can ask for. Just like having to incur the performance overhead of that, but c'est la vie. And suddenly I'm remembering that's not going to work because we use sub Hyper-Bs, which means that we don't control the instantiation of all of our interfaces. So the subclass method isn't going to do it for us. I have to do it like this. On the plus side, this approach means we can actually get more useful information. The database ident is much more useful for debugging. I choose not to worry about key read stream right now, because I doubt we will even hit it if it's failing on this other situation. I'm gonna leave that one alone. Gonna leave that alone. Gonna leave that alone. Alright, let's see what we broke. Okay, there's that delay on comments. Just needs to let you know that it's trying to do something.
Citizen.
All right, let's try some of these new updates. And I'm very hopeful that what we will see almost immediately is that issues start to surface and get logged so that I can get a little more information about it. And also some confirmation that the hack fix is doing what we need it to. Sometimes I wish it would stay colder because then I'd be able to keep my jacket on, because then I would have a nice handy pocket right where I want to leave my phone. I'm going to need to get like some kind of absurd rig like an action hero. Like a pocket right there, like suspenders with pockets in it. Wouldn't put it past myself to do something like that. Alright, we're gonna get any of these hack fix issues logged, or what are we gonna see? Sort of looks like our hack fix didn't do it. Okay, try again. Intriguing. Okay, so the mechanism is working. At least the timeout race is working. So we're just going to need to make sure that we're hitting all the possible interactions. I suppose B.ready could be a cause as well. Okay, too many wires coming out of me. Alright. Let's take advantage of some bookmarks. Oh. There it is. Okay, so we got you. What else we got? Probably not that. Probably not that. What is when synced called? Probably just by when all synced, right? Oh, and also there. But that's in catch-up indexes, which doesn't block anywhere, so that's probably not our culprit. Let's take a quick look to see if update indexes is ever used to block any of our code paths. It's used in on database change and on catch-up indexes. Seems unlikely that that's our culprit. Pretty sure that the expensive. Ooh. All right. Alright, so we've bookmarked all the places that seem like possible problems. Alright, I'm going to rework bhack_get to be bhack_wrap. And rather than actually calling it, we're going to take in a promise. And that's just what we're going to wrap. Create Restream is a little more complicated, unfortunately. We'll have to come back to that. Alright, let's see if we broke anything with that. Grab some coffee while we're waiting for this. Actually, gotta use the bathroom as well, so I will be right back. Okay, sorry for the delay there. Just had a good friend call who is simultaneously buying his first home and arranging a wedding. You know, transitioning into adulthood, which is a bizarre and alien concept to me, which is why we're here today. Alright, so all of our tests passed. I just want to start the localhost server and make sure nothing went wonky there. Okay, looks all fine. Let's give it a shot. And while we were doing this, did any of these issues log? Doesn't look like it. So that doesn't appear to be our problem. Okay, interesting stuff.
Citizen. Okay. Definitely glad we've improved that load time. That was really bugging me. Let's take a quick look at that posts view. And the feed view, rather. Yeah, I can see... Oh, you know... interesting. We're not applying our timeout thinger to the list function. And we really ought to. I didn't do it because I was thinking about Restream, but it actually is doable to have it here. Interesting. So it did eventually load. Okay. Seems fine.
Citizen. No, there's a good chance this just won't trigger right now. And these load times are just a natural part of the initial hydration. If that's how it goes, that's how it goes. And there's a lot of distributed data structures we're loading up here. Expect a little bit of time. I'm sure we could find a way to optimize at some point, but we'll go ahead and say that's handled for now. I'm a little surprised by how long that takes, though. Let's take another look at that feed. We fetch all your follow entries, as well as all your memberships, and get those databases. And then we do cursor reads on a lot of them. And then individual post gets. And then the reaction fetches on all of them. I can see that taking a little bit of time on the initial load. Now, an interesting question is if I refresh, where does it put us? Honestly, it kind of seems like the whole system is getting blocked up on load. Interesting. Okay, well, we've got that issue logger now, as well as a number of other things, so I think we can consider that
Yeah, that's one of the things that are bothering me right there, that awful little gap on the unread. I try not to do non-coding stuff while I'm on the stream, but I think it's important that I respond to people here, so I hope y'all don't mind if I just write a quick comment here. Hey, Lorenzo, yes indeed they do. Hey, Kashal. All right. I'll gotta take them off every once in a while. It gives me a little bit of eye strain. All right, let's fix this blob security problem. Presently, the blob system is naive about the question of MIME types, and as a result, you can upload basically anything, and then whenever you visit the blob view, if it's HTML, it serves HTML, and that's not good. Now, complex question really, because on the one hand, I'm not really sure that blobs should be restricted so that they're not allowed to have arbitrary files. So it's an interesting question about how to fix it. We might be able to deal with this via CSPs. So to test this, the first thing we should do is generate our test case here. All right, what is my blob endpoint? It's the blob view. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Ah. Okay. Now, there's probably actually a couple things we can do here. Let's see what the response is from the server in terms of the MIME type. I'm assuming nothing. Yeah, because there's no detection occurring there, so the browser is doing its own sort of detection.
Yeah, let's start with that and see what it gives us. So it saved us from that particular problem. And just to be sure that the CSP works the way I believe it does, okay. So that's the start of it. Now we need to be thinking about a couple things, actually. First of all, we should probably actually set, let's see what happens if we set default source to none, because I believe what that'll do is just nuke any kind of behavior, including like image embedding and yeah. Okay, so far so good. Are there any other directives that we need to consider here? We'll apply the sandbox as well. Okay, so with all that handled, off to a good start. Next question is, is it possible to find a way to somehow host JavaScript in the so we got some JavaScript here, and then would it be somehow possible to get that included somewhere? Like that. Now we could probably get around that by applying a CSP to citizenry. So let's take a look at whether or not Vercel has CSP header configuration. better than you'd think. There are, you know, it's like the Kanye glasses. What description? There we are. Oh. Yeah. Any moment now. Any moment now, I'll be talking about how I'm the greatest. Greatest that ever is, was. You have a point. Maybe I shouldn't be throwing stones in a glass house. You shouldn't be giving me ideas like that.
Okay. Inline styles. What can I say? I enjoy a couple of inline styles every so often. Is that such a crime? All right. Let's make sure I hit all the possible points that I want by applying CSPs. I probably ought to be applying it basically to every response. I wonder if there's a way. Yeah. Okay, I think we're good to go here.
CTZN. CTZN.
Oh, there's those issues. Lorenzo, your timing is funny because this is at the very moment that I noticed our Hyper-B issue tracker. It just kicked in. At least for this bug you are. Now it should still attempt to, it shouldn't be blocking indefinitely like this. That was part of the whole point here.
So it's a little interesting that it is leaving us still in a stalled state. Ah. Done it to myself yet again. Well, actually, where is scanfind used? Just there, so that's probably not our problem. And I haven't done it to myself again because cursor read is using list, and list is applying as it should the bhack wrap. It would just appear to be the home feed that does it. Everything else stalls, but with a timeout, it's only the home feed that just completely fails to resume on account of this. Of course, this problem leads to everything going slowly. Like all my member and follow information is just kind of like blah. Let's see, so that eventually resolved. Okay, interesting. So really the first thing I'd like to do is figure out how to make it so that when this occurs it doesn't just block indefinitely. Well, yeah, I'm really not sure what it is that causes everything to block here. I'm going to try a little experiment. Yeah, but it's all about you dirty users on your rogue servers. It's not about one server. Okay, so we have a test there. So let's now throw out a timeout that will cause this to fail and make sure that my little experiment works. Grab some more coffee while that runs. Okay, that's interesting. It wasn't actually starting in the 408, it was, oh, actually it was. Let's just double check that. So I'm going to take this implementation. Okay. Make sure I got it right. Yep. Gonna jump over here and I'm gonna vim into feed getters. Okay, let's see if we can get a little insight into where we're getting blocked. Just to reiterate, you know, we expect, and the Hyper stack is designed to deal with the fact that data will not always be available. Are you saying like you're getting sleepy? I think my timeout may not be long enough.
Understandable, it's pretty late. Alright, I think I need to extend that timeout because the initial load does take a little bit of time. Let's bump that up to 60 seconds. Yeah, Ryan, I think we're definitely seeing some sync issues occurring. What alt account are you using? There's the basic question of like sync failing, which is something we'll have to be addressing at some point in general. But in the more immediate term, there's handling sync failures gracefully, which this ought to be doing. Yeah, it's probably just some kind of load issue. Yeah. Yeah. Awesome, Lorenzo. Okay, so we've set up for ourselves. Yeah. We've set up for ourselves a little bit of debugging info to tell us what this what this timeout is being caused by. So if this starts happening again, we should be able to see something. All right. Now, what was I doing immediately prior to that? Blob security. Okay, we'll deploy the blob security once we collect the debug information we're looking for. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. And then I figure we can start up on stuff like, let's see. Yeah, a couple of these front-end issues would be good to hit. All right. Back in a bit. I think I'm probably going to just go ahead and deploy this little hack here.
Citizen.
Let's get into modals being inescapable. So that's how that happens. Basically, at some point recently, somebody noted that the escape key on modals makes it very easy to accidentally lose your text. I think it was Big Tech that ran into that. So I was like, all right, well, screw it. Let's just remove the ability to hit escape to close by default. And I didn't think through the fact that some of them don't have ways to exit. So reactions list needs that. Also needs should close on outer click. Now, who else might need that? No problem having it on manage bands. Let's see a edit role. We'll leave that one as it is. How about edit profile? Leave that one as it is. Create community. We'll leave that one as it is. Composer. We'll leave that one as it is. And ban. Leave that as it is. Okay.
Citizen.
All right, let's look into this notifications which appeared to be broken for a new user. Okay. The first issue is that we got the cleared at view. Coming back with undefined, and it should be probably, I'm thinking a string is what that normally is, yeah. And probably is set up to always be a date time. I think actually the way to fix that is to change that to just not be required. Yeah. Okay, that's fixed now. And now we're getting this other thing. So I was totally right, it is broken for new users. Okay, so it seems like Ba-ba-ba-bum. In the notifications feed, we got okay. Okay, that fixes those issues. So let's get it then.
Citizen. Citizen.
Next up, we got service workers being too aggressive with the caching. Okay, let's see if that... You should be noticing the change, buddy. Shouldn't be 286 anymore. Do I have caching getting applied in a way that might be affecting this? Of course, it doesn't show up in the console. And of course, after doing that, it updates. Okay. Huh. There is an E tag being served there. But I would imagine that it is being... And it's being served by the service worker. So it's kind of serving itself there. Should it be? Okay, it's actually not being, it's just passing through the service worker, which is expected. Ought to be noticing this change. I'm not sure why it's not. There it goes. Okay. I had to disable caching on the response as well, which shouldn't be an issue we run into with Vercel.
Okay. I think that will help. Let's go ahead and deploy.
Citizen.
Okay. So, we actually should see this apply pretty quickly. So as soon as I see the Vercel message, I'm gonna test this. Kitty cat wants in, so 1 second. Hey, kitty kid. Okay. All right, so it's at 285. When I refresh, it should come back 286. Aw. Yeah, baby. Come here. Yep. Okay. Let's try now. Okay. Well, now at least we've... Well, no, that's actually not right. Ah, no, don't attack me. It's the old service worker implementation. From quite a bit back, in fact. You're a kitty cat, and I love you. Huh. It's actually out of date. Okay, let's see here. What are you doing, Marcel? Am I still in a feature branch? No. That's interesting. For some reason, Vercel is actually behind. And I can't quite see why. It's telling me that it deployed. Oh no, deployment failed. Aha! Ah! Okay, I screwed up the Vercel JSON. If you're doing headers, you actually have to put them on the routes. You can't just do headers outside of routes. Which actually makes some amount of sense. I could probably replace all of this with just always going to index.html, but not gonna bother with that yet. So as soon as Vercel tells us that is live, we'll test again. Okay. Nope, deployment failed. What's going on? Headers should be an object. Uh-huh. I missed the memo. I'm using an old approach. Well, I'm not gonna bother fixing that now.
Good deal. I think that just did it. Okay. So hopefully now service worker will be much less aggressive. All right. Next up, we've got situation where for some reason going from the call log of a doesn't go back to the feed. So why would that be? Oh, interesting. Current path versus current view. Okay, good. Really glad to hear that, Mike. Yep, that service... So basically it looks like the way that works is that the service worker has some logic for kind of figuring out if it's in active use and doesn't want to replace itself until it's not being actively used, which I'm sure in some world is useful, but it's not useful in our world. Okay, so we have some confusion about current view versus current path. Looks like I should never be directly setting current view. Instead, we should be setting current path. Now, current path ought to be getting changed by some other means, right? Let's see. Current path... Yeah, so that's supposed to be getting set over here. Okay.
Oh, kitty catty. What's going on, huh? Ah! Can you not? Ow, don't bite. Ah, she's attacking my butt. What do you want, huh? Why are you doing this? Let me see what she wants real fast. What do you want, baby? What do you want? A snack? Is that what you want? What the fuck you want?
Why would that event not be bubbling up? Did I misspell something? Hey, Stefan. Good to see you. Yeah, that's correct. The heck? Why aren't you updating? That's why. There we go. You pain in the butt. Really hope those service workers are worth it, because they are a pain in my ass. Okay. So that fixes that. I'm gonna tweak the rendering here a little bit, because they're just a little ugly.
a little nicer. Oh yeah? How so?
Citizen. Citizen.
Alright, so that fixes that. Let's tackle this delay whenever you're posting a comment. Of course, it happens instantly when I'm on localhost. Probably one of the reasons why I didn't notice it previously. So we'll find a comment composer. Okay.
Oh, brother. It's not a citizen button. Okay.
Citizen.
All right. Things still in working order here. Not seeing that reaction. Oh, because it's not on my post. Right. Okay, I think I need a little bit of a break. So I'll be back in like 15 or so. And a lot of bug fixes we got handled here. So that's all good. And after we come back from the break, I think we'll start hitting a couple of, I think we'll work on some UI affordances. Improve some UI. Sounds good to me. Okay, I will see everybody in about 15 minutes.
Alright, so I was sitting and taking it easy and thinking about starting on some of these tasks. And then it hit me, you know what? I'm tired of doing boring stuff. I've spent a lot of time doing boring stuff. We'll get to these. We fixed all the major bugs, you know, things are kind of working again. These are UI affordances, which I love working on and things like that, but I want to do something fun. So, I think it's time to implement the items system. And let's start by figuring out what these things will be called. And then we'll start talking about how to implement this thing. So, item isn't a bad word. Oh no, Firefox, come back. Okay. Item's not a bad word. It's not a great word. I don't know if I want to use the term token, even though that in many ways token is what it is. Basically what we're going to implement here is a way for people to create inside of a community database. Initially it'll just be community databases, but it could be on any database, a ledger of items or a ledger of tokens. And they will have an assigned owner, could be none. And that owner will be transferable by an API call. And you can have more than one of an item. Thank you, IBM. In some ways, token is the right term for it, but token sort of conveys, at this stage, its common usage, conveys a little bit that it's kind of like a currency, like a colored coin. And for us, while that is one of the use cases that you can use here, it's also to be used for things like an actual item, like a sword or a magic wand or a cat. The actual meaning of what an item is will just be based on what the software says about it. But the word item is a little bit too generic, so I'm wondering what we might call it instead of item. Can't really call them objects because that has a little bit too much of a technical connotation. Entity isn't bad, but that is a little bit maybe too general because you might Entity might start to suggest like a user could be considered an entity, but that's not bad. Let's open up Excalidraw. Here's how this will work. You have here a database. It will have a table that looks like, we'll say citizen.network/item. And that will include some kind of information along the lines of item type, no, we'll do cat. What's going on here? Copy, paste. Why won't you copy, paste? You're not allowed to copy, paste anymore? What's going on? And now Excalidraw is freaking out. There we go. Definitely something acting a little buggy around here. Look at that. What's going on up there? Okay, we've stabilized. Bit bizarre. And each of these will have their own ID of some kind. And then there would be a database method like and so when you call that, it would do something along these lines. updating the ledger. Pretty straightforward. So you'd have a assign ownership method. You would also have the need to copy paste this foobar over here. Create an item and to create and destroy the items. There's also the question about kind of bulk actions here. So I suppose what you might want to do is always have a quantity. That one gets faded out because it gets transferred. And then you probably want some kind of parameters on the items to kind of give more information than just the type. Which is an interesting question about how that would get structured. That might be a free-form object. Might want to use a kind of class mechanism. Which would be something like this. Maybe that ends up being even a JSON schema kind of situation. Perhaps even some kind of parameterization to indicate uniqueness of an item. For instance, $1 is fungible. So just
So all dollars are basically unparameterized. Whereas a cat is unfungible, so to speak. But I'm not sure yet if that would need to be distinguished. I guess actually it would be in the sense that... Yeah, actually it would be. They need to have some kind of ID template. Or, yeah, identity. Cats are unique. Whereas something like, oh, let's say sodas. It would be a combination of brand and flavor. Seems about right. There's also an interesting kind of question that will eventually come up, which is cross-database transfers. Which really the way that would operate is by destroying the item on one database and creating the item on the other. Something we can get into later at some point, I imagine. We'll need some indexes, I imagine. Every database will want to track what items they own in what databases. So this would be a reverse pointer to these records. Still not resolved on these names, these naming conventions, so we'll just use class and item as a placeholder for now. And there will probably need to be some views, I imagine. Probably an owned item view, because the index is not going to be terribly useful to look at as a table. On the class side of things, you probably also want some information about how to render in a UI what this thing is supposed to be. For instance, on a cat, you might have a name property. And then for the rendering, you might want to have something like hey Niche. Very good to see you as always. So yeah, with the ability to do some templating like that, you could then have, I'm thinking about when I'm looking at somebody's profile and I want to look at their inventory. It'd be nice to be able to see nice renderings. Does that cover everything? I think it might. So now we just need to figure out what to call this thing. Is it an item? And then the template for it. Is that a class? Class isn't bad. Item, thing, entity. Substance. Kit. symbol. Possession. Let's see if there are any synonyms for possession. Property. Doodad. Asset, property, fixture. Tangible. Doodad. Not sure I can come up with better than item. Yeah, assets suggest a little bit. Seems a little overly financial. And I'm thinking, like, you know, we're talking about things like your cat, which the CTZNs is definitely going to have cats as items. And I wouldn't describe Kit as an asset. I mean, she is, to be sure, but the IRS doesn't agree. Maybe we come up with a word that's like a variation of item. Like a V item. An E item. There we go. Kick it back to the 90s. E items. Cyber items. We need some kind of like snow crash term. Yeah, I wonder who the hell put this website together. Slang used in Snow Crash. who the heck was like, you know what? Let's register a WordPress. I need to trace the slang in Snow Crash. Somebody in 2008 really felt like this was necessary, and here we are now, benefiting from their hard work. Is this Drupal? I thought it was WordPress. It's WordPress. Look at that good old-fashioned 2008 design aesthetic there. How great is that? Kind of skeuomorphic layering and that completely illogical kind of push up on that div. That is funny. Okay, we're taking bets. How do you think this is implemented? Did they do it with tables? Probably not. This is 2008. I'm going to guess we got a background right here that's a line on repeat. So repeat X on the line. So this is one asset, vertical asset. This right here is an image asset. These edges here are image assets, and the rest is... All right. Let's take a look. We got a container class here. If anybody wants to get in their bets, by the way, we're about to find out. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. All the box shadows are images. Given the time period, that seems likely. Okay, so we got right corner and left corner. So that's how they're handling the edges there, and that gradient fades away. So that's what that is. No tables, and it's a little late for tables, so that's not surprising. I'm curious how this background is being done, and if it's a giant image, I'm going to laugh very hard, but I doubt it is. Okay, I totally nailed it on that part. We got a thin line here that's being repeated, and it looks like that actually dips all the way down. So I'm guessing that there's an element somewhere that is it the wrapper? That's it. I nailed it on the repeat X bit. Ah. And so that just leaves the question of how this little bump up is being done. I'm guessing that left corner, right corner bit is the giveaway of how that's happening. Because you got that edge, the left corner and the right corner. You got div ID squeeze, and that's how that, yep. So they did it with 3 divs with some overlapping in meaning. Classic. I haven't had to use techniques like that in so long, but I remember how to do it. Back before CSS could give you anything interesting. I don't know if they're using any sprite images here, but I do recall. Honestly, that's not totally out of vogue anymore. You could argue, in fact, that font icons are the modern version of that. Like Font Awesome is kind of like a spreadsheet. One might argue. The nav arrows, yeah. Also image assets, of course. The good old days. Okay. Something else we might do is try to find a word that's the correct word and then just like take a part of the word. Like a fixture, you just go with cure. Maybe there's a word around here. Concept you turn just into sept. Could use the word sprite. Sprite's not far off. Nah, it's definitely not a topic. Definitely not a topic. Could do ject, short for object. I'm thinking really along the lines of like an MMO here, you know? We're making a game. The dry word for it is item, that's our fallback. Loot. Not far off. Vertex would be an interesting use. Vertex, of course, generally means a point in space, but that's sort of... yeah, it's a bending of the meaning, to be sure. Instance. Instance is interesting. May not be right, but it is interesting. None of them are quite as good as what token does for Ethereum. Black.
It's meant to... Yeah, plaque is like a kind of item, you know? Like you could give somebody a plaque. Like symbol. Symbol isn't bad. Symbol's really quite not bad. Relic. Relic is interesting. Not quite right. Indicia. What is Indicia? Huh. A postal marking used rather than a stamp. That's interesting. Yeah, that's why I'm starting to think, okay, Latin. Maybe Latin or Greek has something useful here. Right. Hmm. Possessio. Sounds like a Harry Potter spell. Chip. Something along those lines. Chip or bit. Grab some coffee. BRB. We would be crazy to use the word token, right? Probably. I think it might be confusing to people.
Proof would be good if it weren't. Yeah, it's not that great. Oops. What's going on with my computer? It's kind of struggling here. Icon. Icon's kind of interesting. Icon's kind of interesting. What do y'all think of Icon? Something is just tearing up my CPU. It's OBS. I'm going to restart OBS real quick, so the stream is going to drop for just half a second. Okay, should be back. Well, truth be told, nothing is quite hidden as well as item. I think item is the word for it. So, let's get into some specifics here.
So it has a class, has a created at, has an owner, has a quantity. And it has properties. Some of those are not necessarily I don't know if inventory item is better than item though. Owner is actually not required. It's true. Let me think. It's a thought. Let me think. It would be like minted item, virtual item. Yeah, not sure. This is what CQIs, if somebody were feeling really meme heavy, would be minted with. A CQI would be an item. We could call them CQIs just for the lulz. Probably not wise to make a decision on the basis of the lulz, though. Not for something that people need to understand. Plus, then it kind of kills the joke. Properties is a free form and it is not required. So class, quantity, and yep, okay. So that I think generally covers that. Next we have item class. And I think item classes, what do we got on item classes? We got the title of the item class, some kind of identity thing, properties, maybe a rendering thing. We might debate whether or not we need to explicitly define the schemas of properties. I'm not sure. Could just leave that free form for now. And introduce the schemas later when we're sure we need them. We got title. I think we'll need probably some kind of short name or ID. Suppose title is not strictly necessary. In fact, let's get rid of it. The identity template. Let me think. The question is, this is really like a group by. And we're asking, like, cats, you can't group them. Really, I mean, you could, but the idea is that, you know, if you did it, when you call a transfer item and you did a quantity of 2, you know, you need to, they need to be basically fungible. The 2 need to be related. So, like, if I were doing a cat transfer, I would want to keep each cat item separate, as opposed to kind of grouped together. Just trying to think through the mechanics here as well as the specification of it. So you got non-fungible, cat, let's say, what would be non-fungible? Cat, sweater, specific items. Got semi-fungible.
group by seems like a correct way of describing this. And the only way I could think to do this is to be grouping by property names. Which would mean it's an array of JSON pointers into properties. That seems right. Which does sort of suggest that having a schema defined for the properties would be wise. So let's create a hypothetical here. Group by is not required. Let's call this definition. Trying to split the difference between specificity and tediousness. So that seems right to me, or right enough. Unique and group by. I think that's right. Okay, so now we have some methods, an index, and a view. Let's start with the index, I think. That's pretty much it, actually. Just need to know the URL of the item and when it was created. I think that's it. Okay, we'll say it is for now. Now we need a view of owned items. View.json. And let's find a simple one to pull from here. Well, we'll just click this. Actually, the owned items index probably also ought to maintain the database URL, or the database ID. Those are important to track whenever you might need to deal with rehoming.
Okay, so that's the owned items view. And that just leaves, we got the view, table, index, just leaves the method. Create item method. We're also going to have to think about permissions. Why don't we get a to-do list going here? Implement tables, implement indexing, implement view, implement methods, add permissions. We're actually going to need methods to generate classes and modify classes. So that'll be a put item class method and a delete item class method. So with a item creation, let's look at our template. Pretty much a straight pass through. Have to have the class, but everything else is optional. Also needed to return something, which I think probably roll did. Yep. Okay. That looks good. Let's do put item class method. Okay. All looks fine. Now let's get the delete item class method.
that, and then we need a delete. What is it? Create item, destroy item. I'm gonna have to think about this group by logic. It's not right yet. Yeah, our grouping thing isn't going to work exactly. I gotta think about how to do this. Might need to factor into the key template. Handling unique or not unique is trivial. That part's no problem. Because basically that just controls whether or not you can have a quantity greater than 1. So that's easy. The kind of the grouping mechanism, you need a way. It's almost kind of like a you kind of want a class for every unique grouping, really, or a parameterized class. And turn on the AC, it's getting warm in here. Actually, I have to use the bathroom, so I'll be back in 5.
Okay. So this grouping question, at the end of the day, what we have to understand about how to do this correctly is whenever an item is created or transferred, if we're using a grouping mechanism, we have to basically look up the correct record to update the quantity. That's the challenge in this, right? So, let me get some music going here. Alright, so supposing somebody transfers to you and alright, so somebody's sending me something here. We're going to look up my existing item. Well, it's all one ledger, so it's going to look in the items. It's going to find the item. And if it were it's going to look up the item. That item is going to have some quantity on it, so let's say it's a quantity of 4. It's going to need to we got the original, and then we got... Come on, is copy paste still broken? That sucks. Me over here. Now let's say I've already got an item of the same class. Alright, so that's our situation. So we're going to... Hey, Big Tick! Decrement this one. We know that for sure. And if the quantity dips below 0, we remove the record. Then we're going to look for an item... Okay, interesting. You know what we really need is key templates. We're building items. Check it out, our diagram of what we're doing. Soon we will be able to implement CQIs. So if it's a unique item, it would have
a key of like the item ID, or an auto key. And if it were a fungible item, you'd want to identify it probably by the owner. And if it were semi-fungible, and then if it were semi-unique, it would be something like I think the way to do this is by using the same key template mechanism we use elsewhere. It's a little technical, but I think we can find ways to simplify it for end users, but this will be the way to, I think, do this right. Yeah, I think that's how we do this. So back over here in our speculative definitions here. This will actually mean that owner is a required property at all times. We're going to rely on it. Actually, it could just end up being undefined. Yeah, this is looking right. It's a little technical, but it is flexible and pretty guaranteed to be correct. Okay, so let's review all of our schemas in light of this change. Create item, that's probably fine. Delete out of class is fine. Destroy item. It's fine. Item class is updated. Item is looking fine. The owned items index looks good. The owned items view. Looks fine. Put item class will need to be updated. Transfer item is fine. Okay. So we've defined the table schemas, the index schemas, the view schemas, and I believe all the method schemas. Okay. So now we need to get the index, views, and methods handled. Let's start with the methods, actually, since that is where a lot of the logic lives. So, Big Tech, are you able to tell what we're working on here? Basically. Of course, CQYs are not a real thing, but it's almost like our version of tokens, items. It's the kind of thing where if somebody were inclined to implement an NFT this way, they probably could, actually. We'll be able to create Paul books finally. You know, finally. Okay, let's real quick spec out the permissions. That would be pretty fucking funny if we called them dats. I think somebody might straight up tear my head off if we did that. What if I wanted to sell 100 of a unique piece of art? Technically they're still fungible, but item number 1 sold could prove more valuable than item 100. No, I think you could. So you're talking about what I would consider to be probably... I might either do that via a unique approach or a semi-unique approach. Probably just treat them as unique, right? So you would create some schema like, let me think here. I guess it really depends on how this is being done. So you could do it as you create an item class for my piece of art, and the key template would be, let's say, ID prop. And then each of the items would have a definition like, so this is one way you could do it. You basically have an item class specifically for your piece of art, and then give them unique IDs. Now, that would require you to be able to generate an item class for your particular piece of art, which seems unlikely. It seems more likely you'd be in a community of these art pieces. So they'd be using a general piece of art. In which case, perhaps, it would be something like this. Yeah, this is probably how you would do it. So now each of these are unique pieces which you create, and then you, so they'd be identified by, you know, this would look like, the community db at foo.com. That's actually, it's funny, as I was typing this out and thinking about that, it's occurred to me, you're right, we may actually want to remember who created the item initially, because that may be a useful property. So, well done. So we'll go over to our schemas and item. We'll just track the creator. And I don't think I'll need to add to anything else, because that just gets populated at creation time. Why don't I actually call that created by? Oh, I'm doing that, baby. Got created at right there. How would the where operate? Create, transfer. Alexander, did we get a message filtered there? Because you just suddenly said, and then actually would then be owners of that item. Yeah, Big Tech, if you wanted to do that, every item has the ability to specify, is a case where I'm allowing free-form properties, so to speak. You got this right here, which is a open object. And so if you wanted to put an origin, a country, or any kind of metadata you wanted to on the item, you could put it in properties. The item class could, in theory, I've got the field there to specify a definition, which gives a JSON schema for the properties, but I'm not sure I'm going to actually implement that. Or at least have it automated, checked automatically. Okay, I think these are all the correct permissions here. Who is allowed to create an item? Who is allowed to transfer or destroy items that they don't own? And who is allowed to create or delete item classes? Yeah, every item has to have an owner. If you don't specify one, then the community self-owns it. Now you may be looking at these two permissions here and going, holy cow, a permission to transfer or destroy items you don't own. Obviously, it would be up to the community as to whether or not you give anybody that permission. And I'm thinking maybe the might be a permission that the admin actually shouldn't has by default. Maybe something that has to be explicitly given. If there were a role to be created with these permissions, that would show up in the audit log. So it's all part of our kind of smart contracty stuff. Correct. Creator will not change, but owner will.
All right. Let's get back to that database view. Or database method, I should have said. We got create item. Let's pop open the schema. So the caller needs to have the create item permission. So the class for the create item method, why don't we just use the key of the ID of the class? Which would be similar to this. Would there ever be any reason for quantity to be negative? You could, in theory, use that to represent debt. So I'm not going to gatekeep on quantity. We'll let it be negative. Okay. Eventually where we're headed with this is db.items.put at the generated key. Or we're gonna generate created by, and created at. Properties, owner, and quantity will be pass-throughs. And then class is database URL. Could quantity be a float? Interesting question. Well, yeah, I suppose, because JSON schema doesn't. Yeah, I guess it could be a decimal value. Yeah, no reason why not. How about things like expiration dates or event-based state changes? I believe that there's no need to promote things like yeah, I think things like expiration and stuff like that might work well in the freeform sort of properties, and then custom logic could be involved. I don't know if that needs to be part of the standard system, but I don't know, we could always look at it over time. Yeah, actually, the quantity being a float makes us especially a large amount of sense when I think about, you know, when we get Paul bucks going. Can't just be whole numbers. Of course, we may end up with some awkwardness around floating point math, so we'll see how that goes. Okay. Class, we got the user ID, which is db.userid, and the db URL. You know, actually, we could just, instead of having that, we should just do the item class ID. Yeah. JSON schema has an integer type. Noted. Thanks. I figured it was either like a special type or you could just put a constraint on it, but that's actually what I was just thinking about. Like, it would probably be wiser to use integers, so they were always using integer math, and then you just add a couple of zeros to so if you want to represent, you know, if you're doing dollars and you want to do cents, you would just multiply times 100, so you're basically always quantifying in cents. Yeah, I don't know. It probably would be wise. I do get a sense that the floating point math, I think, would probably end up creating real problems. Just asking for bugs, I think.
Okay, so the last task is to generate the key. And we have a mechanism for this in lib schemas. Generate key template. I hadn't thought about co-owning. Suppose you could do co-ownership. Well, that's interesting. Why don't we save it as a future to-do? It's actually not terribly difficult to put into play later. But it adds a little complexity, which I'd rather avoid early on. It's not a bad idea, to be sure. I think you mean, Alexander, I think you mean owner. And yeah, I mean, we could get into mechanisms like that. The good news is we could always do that later if we were so inclined. True. Okay. Looks like I got a create item method implemented here. You know, one other thing that occurs to me is that create item actually, because it is create item actually could be used to nuke other people's entries. Gotta think about this. I'm glad I thought of this now because, yeah, I mean, like, so look at this use case here. If I were to do a create item of Paul Bucks and set the owner to somebody, I could just completely wipe their current flow or current. You're making me read what you're saying and lose my words. I can nuke the current ledger value. So I think the right way to do this would be to actually set the owner to be the community or the owning the database at first, and then you call transfer ownership after creating. Yeah, just there you go. It's not a. It's at least it's not a bug then. It's just. Yeah, so we're gonna do it like this. We'll make it so that you. Oh, look at that! I just set the created by database. You're all wrong. So we'll set it so that the owner defaults to the database that you're creating it on. So if I'm creating an item inside of a community, at first it's just owned by the community, quote unquote, and then you run the transfer item afterwards, which will. Oh, you know what though? That doesn't even solve the problem either, because let's say you had, let's say we're doing Paul Bucks, right? And I wanted to create 100 Paul Bucks in addition to the existing 10 Paul Bucks. This would just override it. So it actually needs to have, doing this separating it out doesn't help us. What we actually need to do is apply the same logic for transfer item and create item, which is look to see if there's an entry already. And if there is, it becomes an update as opposed to a write. And the update logic is just to update the quantity. And so we're going to actually want to yeah, exactly. Gonna lose some auditability if you do it that way. Alright, that solves that problem. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah. So that's create item. Let's implement transfer item next. So in permissions, that'll be perm transfer unowned item, but that's not the only case. You can also transfer the item if you're the owner. So we're going to mark that as a to-do. And let's take a look at our schema for item transfer. Okay. So a consequence of this is if you ever destroy an item class or delete an item class, then basically all existing items of that class just get frozen. You can then choose to delete them or not. I don't see any reason to automatically delete them. A little bit of a bug. Should key template be required? I think it should be. Okay, so then we are doing new value. We're going to carry over the class ID. The quantity will be item entry value to quantity or 0 plus the argument quantity or 1. Is that right? No, actually it's not. Actually, that's totally wrong. So we'll come back to you. Properties carried over. Owner gets updated to the passed in owner value, which is actually recipient. Yep. So that's R, becomes R's.recipient. Created by and created at carryover. Okay. Let's actually make it so that you have to specify quantity always. I feel like we're asking for trouble by not doing that. Just having it default to 1 just is like, you're asking for hell. Alright. Next, we are going to handle the permissions logic. So if the item entry.value.owner we're going to go by user ID. Okay, simple enough. Now the quantity logic. this actually depends. Actually, some interesting situations here. We only need to do the quantity math if the key changes, which is a somewhat subtle detail here, but if you set up a schema, yeah. You set up a schema like this. This is a way to do a kind of a globally unique item, right? Where the value, the key of the item is always just the name property. So in that scenario, you can't divide up this item. It's always going to be the same item, always. So the quantity value is almost meaningless, except for whether it's non-zero. Subtle detail which I think people will just have to understand, because it's the most elegant way for us to do this. So we generate the new key. But we can't generate the new key until we have generated the new value object. So we're just going to let quantity be undefined at first, which means you really should never use quantity in your key template. Good little tip.
subtle little detail that we have to hit here, which is the possibility that the target item, or the target, as we do this transfer with the new key, could actually already exist there as well. My music just stopped. What is that? Just stopped. No rhyme or reason. Alright.
Yeah, that's why anytime I use lock, I release in the finally clause. As long as the server is running, it should never be possible for the locks to remain stale, as long as we do it that way. So in this scenario, maybe we shouldn't actually allow negatives. I mean, don't you want to have the ability to say, no, you can't process this transaction because you're trying to transfer more than you possess? That's probably actually wise. I'm going to grab some more water and then we'll add that constraint. If you want to represent debt, just create an item class that represents debt. So let's go to our schemas and get those requirements in there.
Okay, I think we've done it. Alright, that just leaves destroy item. Cast it into the fire. So an interesting question about whether or not owners ought to be able to destroy items. Maybe something that we configure on classes later, but you could end up in a situation where, because owners destroy items, you have a deflationary effect. Like what happens when people start destroying their Paul bucks? Suddenly the Paul bucks go up in value, you know? So the total supply is decreased. Yeah, you know what else just occurred to me? Is that the key generation is a little bit wrong at the moment, so I'm going to have to fix that as well. I'm going to make that a to-do in a second. Let's stay focused on this. We're not going to need to generate the key or create a destination value. Use that one's easy. So that just takes us to two more methods: put item class and delete item class. Oh, I almost forgot to change that permission. Thank you. Yeah. Glad y'all are watching me, because I'm not watching me. Transfer to a void user. Yeah, you could transfer it to the community. So we might, thinking at some point maybe we'll add a parameter to the item class which establishes whether or not owners are allowed to, might even make it so that you can decide whether or not owners are allowed to transfer, much less destroy. Set those as different permissions. Could be useful. Because I can imagine a situation where you want items which are non-transferable. Like an award. Yeah, I can see that being pretty useful pretty fast. Yo, this shit is going to be useful for so many things. We're going to be able to do so much with this. I'm looking forward. Alright, put item class. This one actually should be pretty straightforward, similar to like put role. But put role actually had to do... Oh, okay, actually that's about right.
this permission is what? Manage item classes. Yep. No. In a community, your private key, the private key of a community is private. If we put the private key out there, it would be chaos. Just have to be strong and fearless and a little bit stupid. Okay, you got key template and definition. ID, key template, definition, and created at. That all looks right. And then the delete item class, similar to delete role, except we don't do that. Okay, so Well, let's go back and hit the two to-dos I noticed. One of them is to fix the key generation. So we actually need to put these keys underneath the item class ID, or we will suffer. So that means we actually need to constrain item IDs a little bit. Item class IDs, rather. I'm going to use a similar logic that I use for user records. Okay. And then input item, or rather create item. In create item, we need to basically anytime we call generate key, it needs to be like this. Okay. Fixed that. And now some of these need to be returning values. Key and URL. That's the case on create item. Probably transfer item also ought to do that. So many stupid schemas. Just had to do schemas, didn't you? Yeesh. Okay, I think that's all of our methods. And we added our permissions. So there's the indexing and the views, but we can hold off on that. Let's get some tests started.
Okay, we'll start with fungible items. So our schema for put item class takes in a class ID and the key template, and that's all we need. Next, we'll create some of the item. Where we call item class ID, quantity, optional order. Okay. I think I actually have a helper for database methods. Yeah, okay. Hello, kitty cat. What do you want? What do you want, little kitty? Love you. Yes, you're very cute and sweet. You're kind of bothering me in my moment of triumph here. Okay. Hello, kitty. Okay, yep, and you're stepping on the stuff now. Thank you. Very cute. Love you. Come here, kitty cat. Yeah. What do you want? What, kisses? Everybody say hi to Kit. Oh. Ah, you fussy. What are you fussy about? Alright, I better attend to this. One moment, everybody. What do you want, baby? Yeah. What can I do for you? Here's your water. There's the door open for you. There's your food. Basically everything a kid could want. Oh, good. Oh, little Kit Kat. All right. Class ID. Quantity should be 100. Owner.user ID should be folks.user ID. Let's make sure I did have that fallback. When you create an item, I didn't do a fallback. And there, look at that, I did that again. So let's make sure we test the created by. Okay. All right, let's see what we got. Right, we need our community database to declare support for some of these methods. It's actually not declaring them, this is just an internal system to load these definitions. Now at some point I would like to have API support get declared on the databases so that the whole system is inspectable. Okay, line 32. So put item class method failed on us. Because no, put item class is there. Ah, right. Forgot about this whole pain in the butt. bored? What's going on? Okay, settling down. I'm not paying the cat enough attention, y'all. It's a darn crime. Alright, what do we got next? Line 40 failed on us. Forgot I needed to do value. Well, that would do it. Alright, so line 42, so that's in the create item method. And you say generate key is not a function. Now that I think of it, I think that's right, it's not. It's actually like an array. Okay. Hey! We just minted our first Paul bucks. Let's see if we can transfer them. Minted. No mining happening here. Okay, should have the required property of item key on line 53, so transfer item failed. Ah, right. Item key, quantity, and recipient, so that all looks fine. So where are we at here? Let's get the stack out of our API. Let's unify class ID and item class ID a bit, because I think we're getting some errors on account of some mixed usages. And do I want it to be class ID or item class ID everywhere? I think I actually would prefer to do. I think I'd rather prefer to do class ID. Let's see if that saved us from our problem. It did. Okay. So now let's try transferring from, let's do 2 of Bob's Paul Bucks to Carla. That's interesting. Ah, that's why. Okay, that worked. Now we'll try transferring all of Carla's to Alice, which should result in only 3 records. With Alice owning those 2. Quantity should be greater than 1. That happened on line 99. Line 99? Line 89. So we've got some issue with that. Says to me that we put when we should have deleted. Let's see here. Indeed. Glad I had that validation. we go. Let's take a look at our final quote-unquote ledger. Alright, we got an undefined key. But other than that, we're looking good. So let's find out what's up that undefined key. Glad I decided to spot check that. So that appears to be happening in transfer item. Yeah, ours.class ID is not correct. It should be source item entry dot value dot class ID. Change the sort order. That's a problem we deserve for depending on sort order. There we are. So we got 90 Paul bucks being retained by the community. We got 8 being retained by, I can't tell, but yeah, Bob. And then we got 2 retained by Alice. So we also, let's spec out what tests we need to eventually do. Okay, destroying items, managing item classes, overspending, that's all the ones I wanted to test. We'll get back to those because I want to test out some of the different kinds of item categories, so to speak. That one was fungible items. The next one we should test would be let's start with these 2 variations of uniqueness with the cats. And now, I apologize, Kit, but I will be transferring ownership of you amongst many different people. We should actually, why don't we create 2 of them? And we'll just, yeah, let's create 2. Anybody have a cat that they want us to use in their test data here? Tell me their name, their color, and their fluffiness. Where fluffiness is one of not fluffy and very floof. First one in the chat becomes our test cat. Clone fork item, what's that about? Lorenzo's the winner. We got, is it Kiara or Chiara? Fat fluff. I'm gonna call that. That sounds fluffy. I think you'd say very floof if they were very floof. Okay, and now we're gonna transfer Kit. So sorry, Kit. I love you very much. From Alice to Carla. Andrew, was the cloning or forking item something you wanted to talk out? Alright, we're in business here. We got transferable kitty cats. Let's see what happens if we transfer all the cats to Bob. Okay. Also in business. So that's one version of uniqueness. Now let's handle another one. Unique to fungible?
Andrew, your messages are coming on a little, I'm a little not sure what you're talking about, to be honest. Okay, so this time we're going to just use a JSON pointer to the name. This would be unwise unless you had tight control over the creation of the items. Okay, so name didn't match properly. Let's see. That would be because it ought to be properties name. Yeah, actually that is something I've been thinking about. Like, really good example, right, like you just gave, or if you were like, hey, good, it worked. Giving an award for a specific post or something like that, I agree. So a transfer reference, that does make sense, and yeah, we'll get there when we get there. Okay, so that's fungible, unique with a property ID. Let's move this down because now we have semi-fungible. This was the hardest one to get, so let's see if I pulled it off. That's meant different amounts for each. I'll do 10, 20, 30, and 40. So Diet Coke will be first, based on that sort. And
original Coke, which we should have 10 of. And we'll get Diet Pepsi, which we should have 40 of. And finally, original Pepsi, which we should have 30 of. Diet code. And we'll stop there just to see if it runs correctly. Who blew it? 264. Aha. Okay, so far so good. Now then, let's attempt to transfer some of these. Oh, you know what we also need to do? Ownership permissions. Okay. So we're going to transfer should actually be able to know what the keys look like. It'll be soda colon let's do Pepsi Diet, and we'll do 15 to Bob. It's tedious. So that means we did Diet's Pepsi. So everything remains the same until we hit here, at which point let me think. Folks versus Bob. So Bob will actually sort first. All these have to be incremented. The original stock of Diet Pepsi has been decreased by 15, so it is now 25. And 15 of it is possessed by Bob. And then we're going to do one more transfer that we'll test, which is going to be some Diet Coke. And Diet Coke is at what? 20, so we'll transfer 5 Diet Cokes to Bob. Diet Coke, and the original Diet Coke is now down to 15. All right, and we need to change that items 2 to items 3. Okay, give it a test. Okay, we got something funky. Code should be equal to one of the allowed values. So we had a validation failure, and then that threw. Not found is not one of my, my mistake. DB method results. Okay, soda, Pepsi, diet was not found. Yeah, that's because I didn't include the user ID. So, over here, it's owner, brand flavor. Okay. Line 393, just needed to increment that. Okay. So, that's all of the basic operations in working order. Next up, we need to test destroying items. And we need to test ownership permissions. And then managing item classes. And overspending. Yeah, okay. We're close. If we can just get to all tests passing by the end of the day, I think we'll call it a day. Might even actually wait for the inventory view. But let's try out destroying items. So on this one, we will generate 100 paw bucks, and then we will destroy 10 of them. And then we will destroy another 90 of them. Okay, destroying items works fine. Next, we need to test ownership permissions. Should be pretty straightforward. We'll use the cats as our template. Okay, theft is not allowed. Next, let's test overspending. This one should be pretty simple. We'll just use Paul Bucks again. And we meant 100. And then we just try to over transfer. Okay, that worked. And now let's test creating items. You might say multiple times. Basically, if you create Paul books and give them to the community, and then create more Paul books. And then create them one more time. You should end up with 300 total. Okay, that worked. And now we have managing item classes, our last task. Okay. Good stuff, y'all. That's our core implementation done. I'm pretty pumped about this feature. We're going to be able to do some really stupid things with this. Yeah, it's going to be really dumb. Got a little more documentation to do. You know what? Screw it. We'll get around to those later.
Citizen.
All right. So that leaves the indexing and the views to implement. And then we just need some UIs. And that is that. Not sure how long that took, but all told that wasn't too bad, given, you know, it's not an unsophisticated thing we're implementing here, and all told, wasn't exactly dead simple, but on par with implementing anything like this on any other stack. So let's wrap it up. Does anybody have anything that they want to bring up? Any questions related to Citizen or otherwise? Technical, cultural, political, scientific? Probably shouldn't ask scientific questions. I don't know shit about that. Just get a little bit of unstructured talking time at the end of the stream here, and I'm going to go for a jog. Try to turn this lumpy body into something people like looking at. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, give everybody just a minute here to hit me up with anything they want to talk about. Guess I'll check in on the actual live server while we're waiting, see if everything's going okay. Good. I'll be honest, the stream has modified my eating habits a little bit. Sometimes I'll eat before, sometimes I'll eat in the middle, but more often than not, probably at least half the time, I just don't eat until after the stream, and then I have a big dinner. And I'm planning tonight to have a pizza that's like thick crust. I saw somebody eating one. It looked so good. This was like a couple days ago, so I've had pizza on the brain, so I'm getting myself a thick crust pizza. Honestly, the jogging is just good for general health, but the thing that I really need to get regular about, which I managed to do yesterday, so I'm proud of myself, but it's lifting weights. I've gotten so soft with the pandemic because couldn't go to the gym. Without the gym, all I got is this home weight, and you know, you just don't really enjoy it as much, and you can't get chest definition as easily, which is the one thing I care about the most because I got soft little man boobs going on here, and that's what I got to work off. So pandemic ruined my physique. Ruined it. I used to be an Adonis. Not really. Bunch of lies. Usually I go for thin crust pizza, but I don't know, I saw that person eating that thick crust and suddenly that just looked good. You don't have to laugh that hard. Yeah. Ooh, thick crust, thin crust. Let's talk toppings. What are we talking about here? What were we doing? Lockdown is still on. We are making really fast progress with vaccinations. That's going quite well, actually, which is nice. But all told, we probably won't be ready to open things back up until early summer. So mid-March now, then we got so half a month, and then April, May, June. All right, about 3.5, 4 months. Yeah. Can't go out to eat. I can, you know, order in, which is what I'll do. You know what? I'll add that to my to-dos right now. Nina, are you using Firefox? Seems to be something I don't see this thing, so it must be a different browser than I normally use. Okay. Might be a Linux thing. Seems like a difference in how font spacing is being rendered. What's up, CS? You caught us right at the end here. I did! If you go to citizen.network, in the video devlog. It is. It works by a script that I generate. Yeah. Honestly, not super complicated once you just think about it. Like, just use a module to. Thankfully, there's a nice little npm module to help me get all the git commits, and then I use the YouTube API to fetch from the playlist, and they includes the times, and so it's just a matter of doing a little bit of math. Not really pretty straightforward. Unfortunately, I have to do it somewhat manually right now, but. Gotta create my shit post here. Okay. All right. Well, it has been fun as always. Thank you all so much for joining me. Have a great rest of your Tuesday or beginning of your Wednesday, depending on your time zone. And I will see you all not so bright and early tomorrow morning on Wednesday to finish up with the items, get a UI in there, and then get back to, doing the real work. Thank you very much. I will enjoy my jog and my pizza, and I will see you all tomorrow. Later.
Citizens.